And welcome back, everybody. Here we are at the new episode. And to everybody joining in, let me give you a quick summarization. So, last episode, I had a few good, quick successes. I saw some opportunities in the markets, and I acted upon those. However, I neglected a bit to realize the situation in those systems. The factions responsible for piracy, the factions fighting other factions, factions fighting Xenon, and we lost a few people. So as quick as success came, it went even quicker down the drain. And yeah, I believe I'm sitting now approximately at half of the total income balance, available cash, that I had just before engaging with all those endeavors. So it's a tragic loss of human life. Yeah. In the end, I'm to blame for it. In these individual situations, the skills of the pilot may be more in effect. So it is what it is. I'll have to continue, and that's exactly what we're gonna do. So I think my first priority for today is basically make money again. And if you've been following the series, you know I'll probably dodge back again towards doing missions for stations. That seems to get me quick money, easy money, and occasionally brings me to different new systems. And I of course still have my fleet, a few miners, and I think one trader. So I'm gonna kind of keep an eye on them. The best, safest thing will be to get them out, but at the same time I also realize everybody's in danger in one way or the other in this universe, so no pain, no gain. Alright, nearly there. Getting a 90%, 91.
Customers are reminded that wares on the station are sold without warranties.
Okay.
Discoverer, Vanguard.
Max with us. I think I'll take over from him for a moment. Okay, let's have a look. So what I'll think I'll do. s- yeah. Second Contact 7 is one of those systems that I don't trust yet. There is police in the neighborhood. However, let's see if I can check that out actually. Logbook. Want to know where my last ship was destroyed? Korea in sector the void. That's the void. Yeah, that was the problem. Let's see. See, general missions, alerts. General. Okay, so the only casualty we can confirm is the void. Yeah, so maybe I am overreacting. So otherwise I'll have to, yeah. Alright, let's take the gamble. Gonna send this one back. To order. Black hole sun, that's us. Then we have true black hole sun. Yeah. Argon, second contact.
We'll be scanning your cargo hold. Go ahead and scan.
Yeah, rest of the systems I'm happy with, so that means that I can now
Of course.
focus on making money myself. So let's see and start off with. I'm just checking out what exactly the ship traffic in the vicinity is. Yeah, see, not all pirates are hostile to me, but this guy, see, is attacking freighters at will, so the chances that he does that with my ship, my mining ship, is there as well.
Requesting immediate backup.
Yeah, so this is exactly the situation which already costed me a ship. However, I did set up their protocol to comply with pirate harassment, so unless there is a
Awaiting orders.
navigational order that screws up with the pirate's request for the ship to stop, then there shouldn't be a reason why my mining ship should get attacked. However, with my half of my earnings gone, I'm not so keen on trying that out just on luck. So you'll be back on mining ore in second contact 7. Because for me it doesn't matter, you'll be traveling at will between 11 and 7, so we'll leave it at where it is. for me, the pirate is now taking off, but for me it's also not interesting to start engaging these targets. The faction will turn hostile to me and will make my life a bit harder even in these relative safe systems. So I think I made a good decision for now. So this mission, I missed my ride, is exactly what I'm looking for. Let's accept
I knew I
it.
could count on you.
Cool. Let's get to work, shall we? Wrong button.
Autopilot engaged.
So I'll let the autopilot take it over, make it an easy day today. Focus more on managing the missions and hopefully seeing some new sectors. Speaking of which, sectors. What I should do in a bit when I land at a station is restrict the movement of my traders. So we're gonna dive into that in
Autopilot disengaged.
a minute.
Solar power plant. Docking granted.
But works for me. Well, Mac can take it over, and then once the client is on board, Mac can also do the flight in this case. I should also visit the trader over here, just to see if he has a level 1.
Hello.
Let's go. If he or she has a level 1 piloting seminar. Okay, I'll take the elevator first if you don't mind. Yes. Fascinating.
Can I help? Here you go.
0. Yeah, that doesn't sell.
Good luck out there.
These guys know what's going on. Every time saying good luck out there, they exactly know how this game goes. Client leaves here with 4 million, comes back with 2.5.
I'm Discoverer Vanguard.
Okay, she's on board. So Mac, do you do honors? Fuck's sake. Alright, I'll take this one, Mac. So this ship is on the move, and that is a bit of a futile situation for the autopilot, since there isn't a signal he can pick up on. Since I'm only being shown the guidance line, so I'm basically getting shown the direction, that's it. So I can't lock onto that, and the same goes for Mac. So it'll become a very cumbersome affair to actually let Mac fly. Let's see.
Autopilot engaged.
So what does help is that the guidance line, I can lock onto it with an autopilot, so this way if I take over command, I'll just have to pop on the autopilot as I did and lean back. And that ship is still gunning it.
Not enough for you? You don't stand a chance. Do not make idle threats.
Autopilot disengaged.
Yeah, okay, landing on this thing could become a bit of a issue. So we'll wait till this assault is over.
No. Take it
Minotaur, Raider,
Right, let's wait.
container.
Programmable field arrays. That is all by itself already a chassis price for a new miner. So I'll gladly delay the... What is going on? Crazy. He's dead. He's dead.
Minotaur, Raider.
Jeez. So yeah, I'll gladly pick one up. He is moving along.
Autopilot engaged.
I'm not sure what his destination is, but I'm tempted to kind of hold on for now. We're trying to dock. Because if he is going through that jump gate, in specific that jump gate, I don't think I have been in that system. Because I've only taken the accelerator to Black Hole Sun 4 and the jump gate accelerator superhighway to Flashpoint. So where is he going off to? I see a station over there, I think, in the distance. Let's double check if that correlates with our data. No, because I haven't pinged over here. Or because it's past the gate. That's visually, yeah, it's past the... No, it's almost at a 90-degree angle from the gate point of view. So let's go to the map. There's the gate. Let's assume we're flying now in a bit of a 180 would be that way, so we're kind of... So that could be the microchip factory, that could be, or it could be just a ship.
Eclipse, Vanguard.
Yeah, that makes sense. From a distance it looks like these kinds of not per se habitational modules, but more like the green garden modules. So I got that confused. Alright, his speed is now 163. Distance to the gate is
Jump gate, windfall.
50 kilometers. I don't think he's gonna jump it. So what I'm gonna do for now is
Cerberus, Vanguard.
I have docking permission, so let's disable autopilot. Slow down up a bit. See if we can do this gracefully. There we go. Oh, not sure what's happening now, by the way. So let's reapproach. My auto docker should kick in. There we go. I think that was
Great
just
work.
a small mismatch. Okay. It's the first job for today's salvage contract. Find logs, collect item, deliver item. I'll rather skip on that, to be honest. Jump gate, back also. Yeah, maybe it's not in my best interest to stay on board if I wanna do more jobs. However, again, they provide me with the best opportunity if they would jump, but again, that's a big if. They're not heading exactly towards the gate. So let's not waste time. We're gonna undock, but first let's see. I only have an industrial espionage mission. I do not mind. Satellite will suffice.
I knew I could count on you.
We already have one there. Well, okay, well. Right, let's do this. After I quickly check how much I have of them. Information. Yeah. No, loadouts. Satellite 13. Cool, we're good to go.
Discoverer, Vanguard.
Again, wrong button. It's Shift D, not Control D. Haven't played for one day and it's just immediately how it goes.
Autopilot engaged.
So again, I'll take it over from Mac. The AI seems to be a bit of fumbly around jump gates and whatnot, so they'll waste only time doing weird angles trying to approach such a close marker. Again, this is easy money. And I don't think any faction will be really upset with a satellite being added. It's not a real grey thing to do, place a satellite in this universe. Right, so we are there. Wait for the autopilot to stop.
Autopilot disengaged.
Fine, I'll take it from here. So now I want to double check. Do they want me to deploy the satellite at this position or do they want me to travel on? So I'm not seeing any other marker over here while the mission is still set to active. So that means this is the position where they want the satellite. So let's see how close we can get before getting sucked in. Exactly. So let's deploy it over here. Billion satellite. Yeah, mission completed. Oh yes, the Argon Trade Guild. Entrepreneurs. The Argon Trade Guild is looking for skilled and proven entrepreneurs to join our organization, and you have been flagged as a prime candidate. If you would like to discuss this further, please come and meet me. Ah, that might just happen today. That might just happen. Okay, I think there's police behind me, so let's skedaddle. Getting kind of sick of those guys. Right, so no missions yet. This is good. I'm already flying past the station in a bit. I think what I'll do is fly a fly quickly round. No, let's see. Argon's to position, autopilot enabled. So that way, by flying around the stations, I will quickly get an update if there are missions available. Hopefully we can stack a few more of these simple ones. I tend to do the same in the neighbor system, Black Hole Sun 5. Then we have to, I think, travel towards the Antagon representatives and have this meet this trader. Right, let's check. Supplies needed. Food rations, hull parts, medical supplies.
Autopilot disengaged.
Need these goods urgently, so there's a time limit, 4 hours. Yeah, I do not have the facilities, big man. Yeah, not much going on for the rest in terms of orders. So I'll quickly do a pass over a few stations here in, let's see, Black Hole Sun 5. Start guidance autopilot on.
Engaged.
And if nothing shows up, I'll probably make my way towards the Antagon Republic system for system. Checking if I have assets deployed there, checking if the satellites are deployed, and that way, yeah, do as much efficient work as possible. So yeah, to people joining in new, I have spent some time placing satellites at all the major Argon, Antagon and Hatikva systems. So as I progress and grow, the infrastructure to do trade and other business is already there. So that's also partially where a lot of my money therefore went to. Buying all these satellites and resource probe in advance without seeing any profit back from it directly.
Entering Black Hole Sun 5.
I haven't forgot about the adjusting these sectors for my trailers. I will still do that in a bit. I was just also not keen on staying in space and doing that kind of management because, as already I learned, a pirate can come up real quick on you and then you can't escape anymore and dramatic stuff happens. But I also want to change another setting. I want to drop the amount of autosaves it does. I'm noticing it's a bit too much. Of course, in a game as this big, you take a risk. If it crashes, you can lose a lot of micromanagement, but I think it's easier for me still to do the saving at
Autopilot
crucial moments
disengaged.
myself rather than having that autosave in my screen the whole time. So let's see, we're at position. Yeah, let's see if there's an update mission wise. No. I'm in the vicinity of a station myself at the moment, by the way. I am actually. There we go. Shakedown, easy. No, please. Preemptive defenses, station construction, it looks like. So, yeah, nothing really I can sink my teeth in at the moment. So, I will make my way towards the Antagon Trade Guild. Set to active. So they're all the way in exactly where I don't want to go. Avoid Antagon Memorial. We'll have to. Yeah, so I'll put the autopilot on it. That will enable me to, in the meantime, start working on that travel restriction for the traders. Atikva's choice travel restrictions. So let's rename that to trade restrictions. So, protected travel. Do general restrictions. And we're gonna add, let's see, the void and antagometer. No, there's another system, but it's not here, I think. Let's see. Yeah, Antagon Memorial. Get Sufune. Profit Center Alpha for now. Silent Witness for now. And True Sight for now.
Entering Black Hole Sun 4.
And I can even set up a custom order which restricts them to jump at all, so they'll stay in the system. That's good to know. Confirm changes. General restrictions, yes. Okay, so let's double check with our trader. Let's see. Abby. Info. We go to our individual instructions. Yes, general restrictions. So the thing is, my miners won't go there because they are scripted differently. Their protocol is scripted differently. So the protocol they're on now, that protocol in itself prohibits the sector travel. And in case of the traders, their protocol is so wide to function that it, with the blacklist I can restrict it. Alright, so I'm kind of explaining it to myself so that in the future I'll remember that these kinds of options are available, right?
Entering system, the Void.
Autopilot?
Autopilot disengaged.
I don't like what you're planning. So let's double check the missions over here. Resources mine disposal. destroy mines.
I knew I could count on you.
Yes, but I will pick it up later though. So... Oh my god, oh my... I counted on that.
Antigone
I did.
Memorial.
I knew the chances of me pressing the right buttons at this very moment would be low, so I really hope that would glitch through it. Thank God I did. So, time for a ping, I would say. There we go. So, back to the trading mission, set to active. There we go, we have our target. Unknown stations. And already started. Exactly. So, let me do here the same thing then. I'll deploy a satellite exactly there. Is good enough? Let's see, what's the coverage? Yeah, it should be well in bounds. So satellite, that one has been deployed, and I'll I'll think also for future use. I'll drop in a resource probe in the same vicinity. So there we go. That should keep the miners again in a bit known space, close to the station, close to anything that can't protect them. But then again, I don't control how they distribute, so they still fly everywhere eventually. So here we switch over to the resource probe. Yeah, as long as I can exactly zoom in, select. So what's out here? Even ore. Perfect. Maybe I can even have a mining ship in this system. Let's keep a bit of an eye on ship names, shall we? So we're gonna proceed with discovering this system. Set a guidance.
Autopilot. Engaged. Autopilot. Disengaged.
So
Wheat farm.
yeah, I don't think I'm gonna mine here, and I already see the reason right here. This is not human and it is not friendly, that we have learned. I'm surprised there are stations so close to it. They shouldn't live long, let's put it that way.
Hull part factory.
Not soon anymore.
Solar power plant.
Yeah, not soon anymore. I want that thing on my map. In any form or capacity. I think it's just out of bounds, map-wise. Okay. Inspector calling. Yeah, I accept.
I knew I could count on you.
Instability, patrol the void. Hell no.
Autopilot. Engaged.
Yeah, it's so clear as day. I don't even need to fly out there. There are even 2 stations. Not one just.
Scanning array factory. Autopilot disengaged.
Interesting mission, good reward as well, so accept.
All right, if you think you can handle it.
Oh, that doesn't sound really pleasant. Sorry for that, by the way. Mic was a bit too close.
Drill. Mineral. Sentinel.
Good. I have them on the map. Let's see. Let's deploy some satellites over here. Let's try this angle. Set guidance.
Autopilot engaged.
And let me directly see settings. Game settings, autosave, every 40 to 80 minutes indeed. Continue.
Autopilot disengaged.
Position is correct, so let's deploy a satellite. Beautiful. Same approximately here. Set guidance, autopilot on.
Engaged.
And this is no programmable field array.
Autopilot disengaged.
Deploy satellites. Let's check the map. Yeah, we got coverage. Next one. So somewhere here.
Autopilot engaged.
So this.
Autopilot disengaged.
we're at position. So let's see satellite, and this station is in range. That's a ship. This one isn't though. No. This one is. Yeah, so I'm never gonna get these two together, I think. No. Maybe. But I don't think it's worth the hassle. I want to have the information on the gate anyhow. So I think I will drop one here next to the station. A bit closer to the highway. So I get a bit of a good overlap going. Not too much. Not too much will be more here.
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
Start guidance, let's
Autopilot
go.
engaged.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop one, see how it looks.
Please halt. We will be scanning your cargo hold. Go ahead and scan. Scan is clear. You're free to go.
Autopilot disengaged.
So deploy a satellite, please. Yeah, perfect. This is something I can work with. Have the same situation here again. So I'll deploy one at the end, but this time on the other side, somewhere here. That will work for me, yeah.
Autopilot engaged.
What's that for a ship? If I can't select it, can't see my cursor. There it is.
Baldrick.
Sorry, a what? Ah, she doesn't repeat.
Drill. Mineral. Sentinel. Autopilot disengaged.
Up. Yep, I can work with this. So, moving on. That wasn't 40 minutes! Alright, so again, we're gonna place one here, set the guidance, and autopilot locked in.
engaged.
I should also take into account that, of course, the mission for the Argon trade guild, it won't expire, but these will. So I have been out for a while a bit, so I should keep in mind that it is probably handy to
Autopilot
finish
disengaged.
them off first, especially since one of them had a level 2 piloting seminar, so those are not really easy to get for me at the moment. Why not do that mission?
Autopilot engaged.
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
That's a pretty nice sum of money as well. If all 3 of them get knocked off my list. So curious to see if Debbie is holding up to my traveling restrictions. She's in second
Awaiting orders.
contact 11. I think I
Autopilot
told her not to
disengaged.
be there. Yeah, that's Abby. Fill shortages. Abby, let me check quickly the restriction, general restriction. No, second contact is allowed. Perfect, before I already messed things up again. So we're at location. Let me deploy a satellite and let me check how that looks. So yes, these 2 stations have been counted in. So now we'll switch over to these 2. Select the right ship though. Got guidance, autopilot on.
Engaged. Autopilot disengaged.
So there we are. And another satellite. Then we have still a jump gate. Perfect. After that, I think I'll swing by the wharf and resupply, if possible, my satellites. I only have a few more left. So, let's see, let's deploy this one somewhere here. Right in front of the gate. So let's do a bit of more side.
Autopilot engaged.
And that will be a nice area to also conduct a ping. However, I doubt that there's something behind the gate. So these guys are
Baldric. Autopilot disengaged.
Alright, so let's see. Yeah, I'm good with it. So, satellite done. Now I'll do a ping quickly and then move on to the Argon Wharf. So, guidance lines. So I'll set a guidance line. Let's do ping. All good. Alright, so let's continue.
Autopilot engaged.
So I see the entrance.
Autopilot disengaged.
Let's request
Docking granted.
permission. Ah, that's not the entrance. Oh, it only became weirder because of the landing lights or the guidance lights. Oh wow.
Successfully docked.
We're pleased to welcome you aboard.
So, though this is not a fighting ship, I do think I wanna switch over to, let's see, Pulse does 238 burst output and 218 sustained. The Mark IIs do much less though. So, Pulse Laser Mark II, Pulse Laser Mark II. Okay, that'll set me back a few 100,000. And And what's that on the bolt repeater then? Oh, much more. Much more. 313 burst and 286 sustained. Oh. Well, it's 317 sustained and 370 burst. So let's do a switcheroo to bolt repeaters, Mark 2s, MK2s. So though it's not for combat, if we get in a situation where we feel fighting back is the best choice, at least I'll have the best weapons. Okay, having that said, that will set me back even more, almost 1,000,000. Out of your mind. Well, I do feel it's necessary. Consumer. Let's sell off the missiles and I'll add some more. Resource probes, let's restock to 20. Yeah, 30, 20. So that will set me back with an additional almost 170,000. So even more. Yeah, that was all I wanted. So add to the shopping list. And then we're gonna order it. So. So we're ready again to do some work. So I think I'll stick to the plan. And let's see, let's start off with the most easiest thing we can do, and that's scan a station. Set to active. And what is the return for it? Only money. So the minefield is also only money, and the delicate situation is the seminar 2-star crew. So let's do that one first. Destroy mines. And what can we learn in front? One of our military scientists was running tests on new experimental smart mine software. They had to deploy the mines in order to complete the test thoroughly. Unbeknownst to them, there was a bug in the software. That means every time the scientists attempt to move their vessel, the mines activate and track them. They had to shut down all engines and trust us to remain safe. Please detonate the mines so that the scientists key to our future research might be rescued. Oh my god, this is serious as well. Should have read it earlier better. So let's get going. We'll try to make good decisions as we go.
Autopilot engaged.
Let's double check where that's... yeah, it's the right mission. It looks to be the same area as where the Argon Trade Guild. Or isn't it? Doesn't matter. Let's keep it that way for now. Let's focus on the mission ahead.
Autopilot
Off.
disengaged.
I want to drop out myself.
Drill mineral Sentinel.
Destroy. Yes. Okay, coming in range. Drop out around. Let's see. Probably less than 10 kilometers. Oh oh my god, oh my god. That was so stupid. Stop, 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 stop.
Emergency eject successful.
Well, well, well. Fuck me. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well. Mine clearing. Easy, huh? Oh my god. I cannot believe myself right now. That was such a rookie mistake.
Container. Container.
Unbelievable.
Unknown station. Unknown station.
Great. Well, well, well.
Drill. Mineral. Sentinel.
I fucked up. Sorry, mate. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I'm just speechless, you know what I mean? I'm just speechless, you know what I mean? I'm not even sure how I survived this time. This is the second time I'm floating out here in space. Yeah, so for now I've been just drifting away. Obviously I don't want to call for help and get another person blown up. 'Cause I don't know for sure if all mines went off. I think so, but it doesn't hurt to, you know, do a get me goat and leave a bit. Fucking hell. I'm already done for today, that's what I can tell you. I just realized that Mac is dead as well. Sake. I'm disorientated, but I'm good. I still have oxygen. I'm not too worried about that. So think, dude, think. Antagon, we came through the void. Leads back to second contact 11. Galen, do me a favor, please. Ignore second contact 11. So ignore for now all your orders and assignments. And could you please swing by? Good. If you could follow me. By the time she gets here, I'll make sure I'll do a remove order again so that she'll stay put. Best is still, so come to standstill, I guess. There we go. 2.7 kilometers. Should give me some room and time. In case you're wondering if I'm still there, yes I am. I'm just taking a good look at the result in front of me. Oh. Oh my god, what have I done? Now let's figure out where am I looking at. Yeah, so she'll be coming from my left side, I guess. No, straight in front of me. Yeah. So Galen is one system away. I'm not in a rush and I have enough oxygen, so yeah. By the looks of things, I ain't going anywhere. Might as well enjoy the view, for fuck's sake. Let's see if we can even do this. Yes, turn off the HUD. It's beautiful here. Alright, I think my Uber's here. Yeah, nearly killed me.
Courier, mineral. Docking granted.
To be honest, I think for now I'll kind of skip going to the Antagon. Think I'm a bit done with running around for now with all what's happening in this universe. I think I'm gonna focus for now, at least, even if it's a few hours, on my own happenings. Thanks, Galen. Could you swing us over to... Yes. Let's do the wharf. Thank you. Yeah. Exactly. I think I'll focus on my own for at least a few hours, but it feels more like maybe a few days or weeks. It just doesn't seem to want to kick off great, having to multitask too much between how the factions work, what's going on in their space, and then switching back to my side business. It's just a war at two fronts, really, whilst actually the circumstances are the same. And I think it's easiest and more humbled if I turn my attention to one thing.
Entering system. The void.
This looks great as well. Beautiful system. Not sure, looks like a gas giant to me. Does, yeah, with those swirls. Sorry, by the way, kinda in your space. I can't really believe how I'm not dead. Honestly, the mines. I haven't got on scratch, nothing.
Entering system. Second contact.
Junk?
Entering system. Argon Prime.
That was fast, Galen. Wow. I'm glad that defense drone wasn't targeting us. There's only so much downturn a person can take, right? Like, in light of what happened, I won't be judging the AI that much anymore, I think. Maybe I should apply a certificate or a seminar, I mean, to myself as well. Right, I have been thinking in the meanwhile, that's something that happens automatically. Even in, outside of games, I become quiet and I try to think in solutions almost immediately. It's a natural thing to do for me. So, on the way I was silent thinking, how are we gonna resolve this? So first thing I'm gonna do, what already gonna make me money, so I'm gonna send Kaylin back to where she was working. Obviously sending her back to work is gonna help me increase my balance. So I'm gonna ask her to fly and
I'll
wait.
wait for you to tell me to take off.
I'll give her permission. And I'll set immediately up a behavior for her for when she arrives. So you are to local auto mine, it's back to ore. And it is in second contact 11. Verify that please. Yes, second contact
Incoming
11.
ship. Docking crews to stand
Confirm.
by.
So we will review that later on if things are working out correctly. Now, then I was thinking, so my medium, yes, my medium trader was destroyed in the void due to a lack of sector travel restrictions. So that's what went wrong, and it got blown up there. So what I'm thinking, where's she going, for instance? Yeah, because since I've set the travel restrictions correctly, she's only allowed to trade in Black Hole Sun 4-5, second Flashpoint, all 3 I have here, Flashpoint 7 and 11, Argon Prime, that's it. She's not allowed to go anywhere else. And Abby has been with us since the beginning, so she has even survived Mac, and she has even survived Mira. And Mira was the first casualty, I think. Yeah, I think. So that got me thinking, I'm not afraid to operate for a while with a crew, my own medium. So let's have a look since we're back at the wharf.
The restaurant is now open for anyone wishing to dine before departing the station.
Let's just go head over to the ship trade and see what it will cost us to get back on that level.
Hello there.
So I know it was a medium. Let's see, the Ida's at 7,400. The Mercury 8,200. Got you there. 8,200. Right, next important thing. How fast can I go? Do no travel speed. 1560 travel speed. .38 16. Let's start off budget and not forget that I'm like that's gonna matter. I'm gonna be on board. But no, the real thing is, I think, is the travel restriction will help us out here. And another thing, of course, is that being on board, that gives us as a crew a bit of a plus, right? Since I have a bit of a better maybe understanding in a certain situation that a certain type of ship is coming our way, therefore take over control and punch the gas, basically fleeing way in advance. So that's the only thing really. It's not that coming on board is a guarantee that I can avoid losing this ship. But mass is cash, we already discovered that. And that's one of the reasons why I don't want to fly a small trader. It's just not at a proficient level yet. I either haven't found the niche markets or... Let's see. Or maybe I haven't earned enough rep yet to... earn better discounts, yeah. So I think I'm gonna go for flak. And this will give me
Awaiting orders.
chance. This will give me a chance as well to see if they are a bit useful, hopefully. So, flight assist software, long range, is not needed. Basic scanner and trading software. Consumables. No defense drones, only mines.
Hello there.
Laser towers. I actually do want to have a few of those. So how much would be 100? I'm over a million. Let's do something like 20 then. Or even 10. Since I'll be flying along, let's do them per engagement. And check them out one time. Just to see how they work. So there will be a captain and there will be 2 more crew.
Hello.
Okay, let's review Mark 1s. We've got normal thrusters, we've got better shields. Okay, let's see if we can actually bump that up, because at the price we're sitting on now, as a total, sorry, it's not that expensive in comparison. But the benefit might be even better, giving us better chances to escape. Escape maybe not, but come up with a plan. So, long range scanners we don't need, we have satellites deployed, so we'll be running a protocol. So they're mandatory, that's the only reason why I choose the cheapest.
Hello there.
Basic scanner and trading extensions, yeah, that's it. We don't need more. We've got 10 laser towers, MK1s, to try them out if we come under assault. Crew, 1 captain plus 2 crew, and we'll set the turrets to defend, so we don't want to antagonize any enemy unless they attack us. Okay. I'm sinking a lot of money in this again, ignoring a few basic rules about trade, but I do feel a bit more confident since I'm now gonna focus on one thing at a time. And again, this is not a guarantee that things will work out, but it's hard to ignore certain facts like I mentioned. Trading with small ships is really not interesting, so medium is the minimum level at which you're gonna see some nice positive influence to your balance on a daily basis. It won't be raining money, but at least you'll note that it's going up, and that's that will enable you to set up another miner or another trader, so quicker. So that's basically what I'm trying to achieve. On the other hand, again, there's nothing wrong with the small trader, especially first few, how to say, if you're really new in the first few hours or
Security would like
days,
to remind
you stick
all
to small.
visitors to keep their
At least
belongings
mistakes
with them
like
at
they
all
happened to
times.
me with the mines, they won't cost you that much. And a mistake with a ship of this size, yeah, it can soon end up in the make or break. Can't believe we're back at this. I had this ship. So imagine how I feel knowing some lacking on my part has caused this whole investment just to evaporate the same day. Oh, that hurts.
Mercury, Vanguard.
Right, time to meet the crew. Put on your smile.
Requesting permission to dock.
Great.
Docking permission granted.
Hello.
Hello there. So, taking command here for a minute. Let's see. Ship information. Yeah. Who's the captain actually? Brand Quarter. So, we'll rename the ship to Associate Brand Quarter Trader. Maybe I'm doing this too soon because I haven't looked into Brand's statistics. So. Ah, that's a problem, Brand. You're level 2. And that's not gonna work. So. Piloting level 1, that will work. So. Lean Selden. Promote to captain.
Hello.
And we're gonna rename this to Lean Selden. So she is gonna get from me a seminar which is gonna kick her to level 1. But since she is already half level 1, that will carry over, so she'll be 1.5. There we go, she's now 1.5, so I'm gonna give her a level 1 seminar. That will make her a level 2, but it will carry over since she had a half left, so she's now 3.5. And when they have 2 stars colored, they can't do the mission because it's really only 2 when the 3rd star is somehow colored. So this has solved the problem. And since I don't have level 2 seminars, I can't bump Grant further than he already is. Unless I find a mission, but we don't want to wait for that. So I now have again an operational medium trading ship. And let me take a seat. Go. So now I only have to apply the same restrictions to this crew as I did with Abby. Based out of. Let me see. That's not what we're gonna do. Yeah, then I'm gonna go to information. I'm gonna go to her individual instructions, and I'm gonna say sector travel. I'm gonna give you the general restrictions protocol, and now I'm gonna adapt her behavior, and I'm gonna ask her to fill the shortages between stations. and I will allow her to do everything because that will allow her to interact with as much as possible stations within the given restrictions. Service Argon, yeah. So let's confirm that, and let's confirm the
Awaiting
order.
orders.
So, order has been set. Now let's see, I have a minor Kalen. I needed to check
will be undocking soon.
checking up on her. So I'm gonna say to her, flying weight is over. You are now gonna go auto mine, so she's making money for us again. And I'm gonna go back to our ship to double check that Lean is ready to go. Proceed with current orders. And there we go, Brand, Lean and I are off. Somebody just tried to kamikaze into my new investment. Luckily glitched through. And there we go. So I really feel now that I'm sitting at a place, funny enough, where I belong. When I started with today's session, I felt a bit lost taking and searching for these random missions. But now I'm sitting in one of my own assets and I have the ability to let my crew do their work and myself keeping an eye on things on the map. It's easier this way for now. So this is the reason why I have
We
a
have new orders. Navigation. Fly to the following position.
Affirmative.
yeah, so this is the
Activating travel drive.
reason why I don't have anything going on in Activa, including trading, mining, and the same goes for the second system here, since yeah, to reach it you must travel through Activa's choice 1. So yeah, I feel confident about these restrictions. Silent Witness, we block that off for now as well. Same with Prophet Center Alpha, and same with True Sight. And here as well, these 3 systems. I don't
Entering
wanna...
system. Second contact.
Yeah, I only wanna start engaging with them once I have wings and squadrons, since I think it's needed. But that's for future. For as long as I live, perhaps. Already wasted 2 of my parents, I don't know how many lives. So let's check up on us where we're going to. So yeah, we're staying in second contact, flashpoint. Picking up, what is it? Quantum tubes, okay. So in the meantime, I can actually have a look at Antigone Memorial, because I'm curious exactly or is being bought here. So that means there is an option to earn money here. We know that there are Xenon or Cog forces here. So I'm really happy that basically the station requiring the ore is close to relative safe space. Let's keep it at that. In hindsight, the probe would have been better here.
Navigation. Prepare to dock.
Affirmative. Requesting permission to dock.
But that's not a problem, since I can deploy a miner to this area, let him pick up the resource probe and redeploy it here, and that should keep him so close to the stations that he'll probably have the least chance of being attacked. So I do think I can manage that with the balance I have now. So I think I will do that, despite my earlier
The ship will be undocking soon.
despite my earlier talking that I didn't want to get involved unless I had wings and fleets. But obviously that's more for permanently gaining a foothold in the system to do also trade and whatnot. But the miners, they work so autonomously the way I'm utilizing them now. So it's not really a problem, I think, in this isolated part of space. And look at that, same here. There's a, what is it, the demand for ore. And even maybe? No. Let's see. Uh-huh. Let me quickly check up on myself. What are we doing? Where are we heading to? Who are these guys? By the squadron. We're good here. Okay. So what are they fighting? Xen. So this system might not be that a good idea. However, it looks like the Xen came from the south side and the buyer is located well up here. Is there ore in this system? Yes. Yes. What I'll do is I will try this out. Yeah. But what I'm gonna do now is also I wanna try this out because I think this will work for me for the better. Let's start with Black Hole Sun 4. We have associate miner Janina. So what I want to do is tell Janina, let's see, that she is sector travel. So it goes for civilian ships, which I think she is. And it doesn't matter because we select who the restrictions apply to. Let's leave it at civilian then. Sectors containing dangerous regions. Sectors owned by enemies. Restrict all sectors. Just do that. And we call this restrict all sectors because that is what it is. So we're gonna save this blacklist. Let's see, check all sectors. I'm gonna go back to Janina. I'm gonna go to her behavior, no, to her individual instructions and ask her to sector travel, use restrict all sectors. So that should trap her here. She's gonna deliver to whoever here needs it. So now I'm gonna check that for Black Hole Sun 5, and we also have a buyer here who's currently asking a bit less for it. So that's why.
Entering second contact 7.
So that's why the other mine also went here. But I want to spread out the risk a bit, so I want to put one here, so that if pirates decide to wander about, they again have least chance of, you know, wiping out 2 in one go. So I'm not choosing for the highest amount, I'm choosing for spreading assets and spreading, well, in this case not influence, but at least keeping multiple stations supplied. So let's see who is doing Black Hole Sun 5. No, we have a second mine at Black Hole Sun 4, Quint Londa. Huh? So I'm gonna ask him, let's see what he's doing. He's kind of pacing back and forth, yeah. I'm gonna ask him to remove all orders and assignments. And now I'm gonna relocate him to Black Hole Sun 5. We have a resource probe and no ore, of course. Yeah. There's another way, so let's see. What I can do is go to I could go to, let's say, the blacklist, and I create a new one, and I tell him, or the blacklist, sector
Activating travel
activities. Civilian ship. It's owned by a faction. Sector activities. Trade restrictions then. Restrict all factions, restrict trading with the following factions. No, that's not what I want. Sector activities. Restrict all factions, add remove factions, add remove sectors. Sector. Sounds the same like sector travel. So I can't do that, no. In that case, that doesn't make much sense to uphold such a thing if I can't fully control it. Because otherwise I would want him to mine the resources there and then prohibit him to sell it off in 4. So he would be forced to fly back to 5 and sell it off there. So that's not gonna work. That means let's free Janina from her restriction as well. Sector travel off. Okay. So now I'm gonna just focus on having the miners done. I think first from Antigone Memorial. And then hopefully when things recede a bit, I'll send one over to Topside the Void. Flight assistance, long range, basic. Giving a pilot as well. Okay. Yep. Probably without the targeting extension software. Where is it? Yeah, the pilot cannot pick up the resource probe as I envisioned it myself, so I will let him mine for now at the spot where the resource probe is, no problem I hope. And looking at the total, I think I'll have 2 of them printed at the same time for both Antigone as the Void. So 2 pieces, confirm. One is being built immediately. Wait, what? When did I discover this?
Activating travel drive.
Oh god, I still have missions outstanding. Yeah, I don't think the faction is too happy with that, but I'll earn my reputation back through trade. It is what it is. I don't even have a ship for that now, so period.
Navigation. Prepare to dock.
Confirmed. Requesting permission to dock.
Docking permission granted.
Cigars and... That must be Terran. Gaian prophecy. That sounds Terran to me. Ah. Wait, is that how satellites near jump gates work? Oh, can't be.
The ship will be undocking soon.
That's strange. So let's have a look at how much are we earning now? It's Lean and Brand are earning. So information, logbook. This is not bad if this is trade. Then is it revenue or profits? Yeah, hard to tell for me now, but I think that's just the revenue. Alright, that's a pirate. I don't think he was talking to us though. Neither is his vector pointing to us. And we're just gonna
Navigation. Prepare
landing.
to dock.
Yeah,
Confirmed.
exactly.
Requesting permission to dock.
Docking permission granted. In that case, I will let you have some more. You should consider a different career. Really?
Alright, so let's work at the miners while this is going on. So we have Neil Matoli. Gonna ask him to move all the way over to the resource probe in Argon Memorial. He's gonna mine there for ore. As far as I understand it, what I just did, it's not more than a shortcut for his behavior. No, it's not. So at least what he'll do, it will make him go in one order and start mining. At least he will be busy doing something. Instead of that I give him first a fly and wait, and then he'll be there doing just nothing but waiting. So we're trading and then we're gonna dock off again. Since we'll be empty, I'm not that too fussed the pirate will target us. Let's see, I believe this ship did not have any other quarters. No. So that's fine by me.
Make a withdrawal. I'm not scared of you. You may live to regret that. In that case, I will let you have some more. Make a withdrawal. I'm not scared of you.
So one of the things I just also realized is that
You may live to regret that. In that case, I will let you have some more. I will wind up your business.
in due time, rather faster than sooner, I should get Abby also in a medium trader. So Abby is still in a small ship because that's one of the first trading ships we got from the Hatikva faction to keep. And we use that ship extensively to learn how the protocol programming with trade operates. But yeah, we've learned a lot since then, especially the profit margins, so time for her to make the upgrade as well.
You should consider requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
We have new orders.
Perfect.
Navigation.
That was not your cleverest idea.
Fly to the following position.
Affirmative.
Ooh, scary.
Activating travel drive.
So he got there fast, he's already mining.
That was not
So let's see.
not enough for you?
Neil, I'm gonna immediately inject into his behavior a local auto mine for ore in Argon Memorial. Perfect, there we go. cancel his current mining order, and now he's busy. Cool. So we're bringing also money in through Antigone Memorial. Let's truly hope there aren't that many pirates around here. And is the second miner done? No, so there are still resources missing on Argon Prime at the wharf. So what's happening here? Yeah, I think some faction bullshit. Here we have the Xen still trying to gain a foothold through the system. But at the moment the numbers they send in I think are too low. There were already probably a few Terran. Yeah, exactly what I thought. So I think this here is all Terran space. Yeah, but I think the Xen are sending too little numbers through. Either they have started construction there or they have different priorities, but I figure they just not sending through because they started production, so these numbers will eventually increase, and we'll have the same problem as that with Hatikva, where they just start roaming throughout the system.
The ship will be undocking soon.
Small entrepreneurs like me, we do not have the fighting power to withstand that. So there's also one of those focus points I've been keeping in the back of my mind. If I get the opportunity to get involved into construction work, that's definitely a priority. And I think another scale up, a big scale up for the associates and I. Yeah, finally I found the right mix. Let's say mining works best small and trading works best medium, but both are considered a good starting venture for new pilots. Imagine operating a large one who will probably do 8 times the same capacity. Suddenly you're earning into the tons. So it's the line of earnings, I think, is very exponential. Exponential. Wow, words. So, no bias found in the system. Yeah, that could be true by the looks of this. Or zero demand. There is an accelerator, however. Is there? Jump gate? No. This is also a jump gate? Yeah. So the question is it temporarily, or is this kinda gonna be the deal for... No. So he's gonna get back to work. I don't have to adjust anything, but maybe if I want to be faster before a different ship moves in,
Entering second contact.
I'll quickly
11.
erase the message from his behavior and he resets. So now he'll go back to the station indeed and sell it off before another ship flies in and does that. So that has been arranged, but usually they just automatically switch over protocol, reset protocol and go and sell, so I don't have to babysit that behavior. Let's see who else is doing something or waiting, therefore doing nothing. No, they're probably landing. What are you doing? Fly and wait. So you have been reset as well. We have Quint Londa, yeah. You have your hold position and you are in Black Hole Sum 4. So you're gonna mine locally or shack. And yes. Second courier is done. So we're gonna send him over to, let's see. Yeah, we're gonna send him over here. We'll do a fly and wait protocol and we'll do a behavior, and then when he's there I'll notice this sandglass icon and I'll reset his behavior. So
Activating travel drive.
I'm gonna ask him to local auto mine. He's gonna mine for ore, and that's gonna be the void. So he's been instructed. So that means that the restriction to the void only applies to me and Debbie, or at least Lean and Abby, sorry. So these are the only two ships that are not allowed to get into the void, into Antagon material, since they will trade everywhere and nowhere, and that puts them at great risk.
Navigation. Prepare to dock.
Acknowledged. Requesting permission to dock.
Docking permission granted.
Indeed, as expected, my miners are keeping within the radius of the resource probe, so yeah, that gives them the best chance for survival. Let's see what's going on here. This is a mining ship. Second contact 11. Nothing on the radar that is red, so that's good news. We've landed, and we're gonna fill up by the empty
The
hold.
ship will be undocking soon.
No, it can be because we just traded already. probably sell something off, I guess. Ah, 914 credits. We weren't carrying much. Yeah, so sometimes you grab lower prices. That's true, because the fill shortages protocol, I believe it works not based on, you know, what can I buy for the highest price and sell for the buy for the lowest price and sell for the highest price. No, it's more what station needs exactly what, and has it reached a certain threshold of need. So it's a whole different service. It's not meant to earn, it's more to provide, and you earn alongside. But we do not control which product is in need, so hence therefore one run you earn 50,000 and the other run you only earn 914, and then you do 20, then you do 10, then you do 30, so it really differs.
Awaiting orders.
For instance, here he made a delivery quantum tubes 200 and then only 54. So that kind of tells you that the demand kind of dried up. He was kind of reaching the, I think, the upper tiers of the demand. Therefore, the reduce. And then they sold quantum tubes to the.
We have new orders. Navigation.
To two
Fly
different
to the following
stations.
position.
Acknowledged.
But both are low mount, so those have been probably also been on the
Activating travel drive.
higher tier of almost ready or almost fulfilled. Yeah. I know if I scan stations, if you scan a station good enough, you can actually see all the need in the info, and especially if you have a satellite, the info will be real time. But for running these traders on a script, I've noticed that I don't need to scan the stations. I've yet to discover if it makes a difference, but that's something I might set up in a system as a small experiment. Have the scans of all the stations done so that I know real time where the demand and supply, yeah, especially demand, how that is looking, and then see if the traders react differently to it in that system. So that's something also I want to try out rather sooner than later. Yeah, we're gonna dock again. So let's double check if all the miners are there, almost. So let me remove your fly and wait behavior. Now you're gonna mine as well. Thank you. So everybody's now hard at work. So I think in about, I'm not really guessing, I'm just I'm gonna say a number that's safe anyhow, an hour, I'll be able to outfit Abby in also a
Navigation.
medium trade ship.
Affirmative. Requesting permission to dock.
And I'll think that'll be a good decision from now on to kind of come up with a how to say, to come up with a strategy for the traders. And that's where I might be swallowing back my own words, because in order for me to fully understand how much need there is for all the stations in these systems we discovered, I obviously need to kind of glance at it. So to have those numbers in, to have
The ship
those
will be undocking
graphs
soon.
and displayed, I'll have to do some scanning. So, I think this will become a reality that will, in due time, make a swoop starting from Black Hole Sun 5 all the way through the systems, going through scanning all the stations, and then deciding with that data on how many I mean medium trade ships are needed to not saturate the market as well again, right? At a certain point, you can have so many traders in these few systems flying around that, yeah, there is no more work for them. And that's on one hand not a problem because I will be discovering new systems and I can spread them out. But I mentioned this earlier before as well. If you do it with the right ship and you bring in the right amount, the station keeps on producing. So basically, you keep on buying for a better price. So let's say if a station is in dire need, and every time you bring in 200, and the station needs 10,000, then you might say that you always get the higher price. But if you have too many ships flying around, and the station cannot produce any faster, then you run the risk that you overstock them and you simply get a very low price for the same work. So that's also one thing I want to avoid with trading, is not having too many ships flying around. I want to work and supply, take part in supplying the needs, but I do not want to reach their quotas. That's not beneficial for me. Right, this is all going good. I'm gonna keep an eye out and make myself in the meantime another cup of coffee. The crew's doing a fantastic job. I'm really proud. And I will withhold from making any remarks towards myself. First, let's survive this day, shall we? I think the crew's happy that I'm not accepting any mine clearing missions. Alright, I'll be making some coffee for myself. Be right back in a few.
Docking permission granted.
The ship will be undocking soon.
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted. Docking permission granted.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting. I hope you also had a stretch and something to drink or eat. If not, I suggest you still do it. So, I'm taking back position behind my chair. Oh, what a view. Let's enjoy this for a bit.
The ship will be undocking soon.
Ah, picture perfect. Nice view. I could always pan it a bit better, but it's okay. Let's see. I find the camera a bit weird. Like there's some stuff that I can turn on and off, but yeah, I need to look into the settings if I can alter the behavior of the camera. It's a bit clunky the way it is now. But enough about that. What I want to know. H. Yeah, so we're getting there. I think I want to leave the counter running for now. And then once we kind of get towards the million, then I think will be a good idea to put Abby also in a medium mercury. But first let's earn some more scrap change so that after the purchase of the medium ship, we have something left for unforeseen consequences. I do have to say I'm enjoying actually the not having to fly part really a lot now at the moment. Obviously doing trade, doing the reconnaissance, placing probes, satellites and getting all the miners in position. Yeah, that's not really something you want to do while also having to pilot a ship yourself. So this way I feel actually still connected to what I am trying to achieve on paper. I'm still flying with the crew so I can also see if it works out in reality. And at the same time I have my hands free. So we're turning a bit around to find another order. There we go. So also some hydrogen going on. Interesting. Where's that sound coming from? Not my vicinity though.
The ship will be undocking soon.
Look, there we are. We're at 1,000,000. So what I think I'll do, Abby's now filling shortages. I'll wait till she's done. Once she has an empty cargo hold, I'll ask her to rendezvous with me. We both take the small ship to a wharf and outfit her with a Mercury. And once that is done,
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
I might actually start experimenting by deploying a methane or hydrogen miner, and we'll see what that does. So yeah, let's keep an eye on Abby and Antigone Memorial. Yeah, he'll pick that up by himself. There we go. Somebody else is already going to a station there, so he should, yeah, automatically correct himself. So that's good. Let's go back to Abby. Yeah, she's gonna straight line into a station. God, Antigone versus hopefully Plunderer, Argon, Behemoth Sentinel. Aha.
We have new orders. Navigation. Fly to the following position.
Affirmative. Activating travel drive.
Yep, keep an eye on Abby. Yeah, she's empty, so let's say remove all orders and assignments. So she's now gonna undock and then basically go in a hold position or a wait position, flying wait position. I think hold position. I'm gonna ask in the meantime to follow lean until further notice. Yeah, there she goes. So she's now scheduled to meet up with me, with us. So it doesn't matter where we're going to, she will just rendezvous there. And it's up to me to decide whether she's still too far gone and I'm gonna wait and hitch another ride, or she's almost there, get off at the next station, then wait for her. Okay, Abby Springer's almost there as well. If we are going to land, then I'm definitely gonna...
Navigation. Prepare to dock.
Yeah.
Affirmative. Requesting permission to dock.
So I'm gonna ask
Permission granted.
Abby to also dock at this station. Dock and wait. And I'm already gonna prepare to get out. Yeah, I think I got a good crew now with a good set of rules going on. Let's see, we have landed. I'm getting out of here.
The ship will be undocking soon.
I'll visit the trader to see if he has a 1-star seminar.
I'll wait for you to tell me to take off.
This corner. And I'll give her the order as well, so Lean can already proceed with orders. He's taking off. There she goes.
Hello there. Can I help? Here you go.
Yep, he has 1. So I'm gonna confirm that. Goodbye.
Good luck out there.
Oh, I did
Can I
have
help?
1
Here you
programmable field array, too low of a price. I'll keep it on me.
Good luck out there.
Bye. So Abby's almost there. Just have to wait a few more, well, a few more seconds to a minute, I think. Okay. Perfect. I won't waste any time.
Callisto.
Hello,
Sentinel.
Debbie. Haven't seen you for a while, so let's head over to Argon Wharf. There she is gonna dock. And I think I can just tell her to proceed
Can
with
I help?
orders. No.
Goodbye.
Bye. So I probably will need to, or have I done?
Requesting
information.
permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
Yeah, so I think I gave the wrong ship the set of instructions. So I need to select Abby, then the wharf, then dock and wait. But wait, I still see a... Who's this then? Lean indeed, so this order needs to be removed. Perfect. Let's check what she'll be doing. She'll be filling short just fine. She's on her own stuff. Then Abby, I want you
The
to
ship
dock and
will be
wait.
undocking soon.
Okay, let's check with Lean. She's filled with microchips, so she needs to find a seller or a buyer, sorry. Was it by any chance this station? So, let's add microchips. No, nothing appears here, so it wasn't this station. Yeah, I'll check with Lean again once we're near or on the wharf.
Entering second contact. 7.
Yep, Lean is back to her own business. Perfect. So crazy also that I did not lose this custom ship. So far I've only lost stock ships. So maybe it's a good opportunity to put this ship away in the dry dock as a figure of speech. Yeah, suddenly this ship feels special because I know I won't own a second one. with the same colors at least, or get it for free.
Entering second contact. 2 flashpoint.
Nearly there. One more jump and we're at Argon. Yeah, finally, I think she's gonna get rid of those microchips. Nice.
Entering system. Argon Prime.
Not bad. It is going good again. Better. So I can clearly see the effect of yeah, Lean and her crew since we've put the new medium trader out, and we should have the same with now Abby. And then I really think it's time to start moving into the methane, hydrogen. We'll do it one at a time. And there we are. Okay. So Debbie, can I have the seat please?
Hello.
Abby. I keep calling her Debbie. Buy ships. So
Please hold. We will be
medium
scanning your cargo hold.
Mercury.
Scan results show that you're all clear.
Scanner. Let's also do again 10 is Dowers. And we put in again a captain and 2 crew. And we set the turrets to defend. Missed something, so yeah, trading extension software. And this ship nearly a mil. So, gonna press yes. And we're gonna monitor if it gets done. Whoa, it gets done quick as well. So we're gonna do a small pilot swap, I think. Yeah, because Abby's already all certified, so I'll push her to the medium and get the pilot, who's probably almost level 2, here to the
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
yeah, to the Callisto. So that has been done. So I'm now gonna go to the information screen of Abby's ship. Gonna select her as a crew member. I'm gonna ask her to work somewhere else for me. That's gonna be the Mercury Vanguard, and I'm gonna ask her to be the captain. That has been done. Next up, we will rename the Mercury Vanguard after her. So, associate trader Abby Springer. Confirm that. And now we go to the information in the crew list of her ship, and there we have Tracy, Rand, and Tina. Let's see. Tina is a level 2 pilot, so she has been the one being previous captain. I'm gonna ask her to work. Yeah, exactly, at this ship which I'm sitting in. She's gonna be the captain of that ship. So let me double check by getting out of my seat. Then once she makes the walk, she should take up her new position. So I'll just stay here near there she is. Yeah, Tina Glasser. So that all went well. Now let's get in the ship so that I rename the right ship. Yeah, that's this one. So we're gonna rename that one to Associate Trader Tina Laser. Perfect. I'll leave her here for now with me. And I'll give an order to Abby. There we go again. That she can resume fill shortages protocol. add all wares. Confirm that, and we confirm the protocol itself. So, quick sprint outside, and we can see Abby leave. There she goes. She knows what she's doing. She has crew with her, so it'll be more pleasant for her as well to work. And she will be bringing us in more money. Perfect. So having done this, I obviously don't have 1 million anymore. So
Hello there.
that is not exactly the problem, since we're now gradually earning more every few minutes. We simply have more ships out. In the meantime, what I could do is, let's see, have a look at Black Hole Sun 405, because that one is devoid of any other resources, so it only has methane, helium and hydrogen. Is anyone here buying methane? Yes, we got one station, one station, and next door, because this yeah, the miners don't care. So we got here another methane station. Yeah, that's very much incentive to at least between these systems input one methane miner.
Requesting permission to dock.
So
Docking permission granted.
now we have to go medium. Get it out as we do with the other miners, basic. Back. So only 1, 2 lights, range, basic. Eight. I have no idea, by the way, if they know how to use them at all, but flag 1 defend, flag 2 defend. But that will set me back 650 credits, which I'm not that afraid to do right now. Or my other miners have been saved there as well. So let's have a look how long. Yes, nice, the station has enough materials. So what's interesting for me is to actually scan the stations that need the ore, no, the methane, so that I can track what the impact is of one medium miner fulfilling their need. Are you shitting me? Are these pirates? Well, it's one pirate against the rest. So first, so let's check the deployment of the resource probe. Yes, here as well. I've placed it so that the miner stays here, doesn't venture off into the fringes, get himself killed. No guarantee, but at least it's a thought. So here we're dealing with new pilots. 7 Brocks. Okay. How are these guys doing, by the way? Let's check their info logbook. He's making normal progress, or she. And let's see. Other person a bit lower, but more. Both of them are now officially associates. So we're dealing with Lydia Karen, so let's rename associate minor. Lydia Karen. And then we have Neil Motoli indeed. Rename. Oh, that was my bad. Associate minor. Slowly. And on the Sundergas Vanguard, we're gonna send this person. Let's see. Argon Prime. Send them over here. Fly and wait. That's happening now with the Sunder. Added behavior. Local automine. Mine for methane. And it's gonna happen in Black Hole Zone 5. Confirm. So while that is going on, I'm gonna quickly look in this system who again needed methane. One station. We're gonna fly out there. Let me select the proper ship though. It was Tina Glacier, yeah. So methane. Start guidance. Let's see. For scanning, I don't need any probes whatsoever, so we can undock. Yeah, so I'll be using the trading ship for something completely different now, but it feels fine to do so.
Argon Wharf. Autopilot engaged. Entering system. Second contact.
Is that the Sunder?
Sunder. Gas. Vanguard.
Nice.
Entering system. Black hole sun.
Yeah, I think by now I also already made amends for my rep for the missions that I aborted. Shit. Serious? Oh wow, how did you end up in Hectic First Choice? Shit, new ship, that's why. Are you kidding me? That makes total sense. Blacklist, sector travel are to be general restrictions part. So let's see how quick you that up. I'll reset her protocol right now. So I'll remove this. Execute trade failed, I know. And we're gonna just sit and wait till she finds an alternative. Whoa, they followed her back. I think. No, Xen mining ship, why would it? So yeah, I'm gonna manually jump her out of the system now. Just go. Abby? Abby?
Entering black hole sun.
Thank you, Abby. That was close. Wow. She has suffered damage. So what I'll do, she's now near Argon Wharf. Screw that protocol. So remove all assignments and orders and let's get you repaired. Upgrade repair add. Gonna select the package. There we go. Add it. Confirm, and she will now depart to there. Once she is back on her feet after this experience, with the restrictions protocol engaged, I'll send her back on her business. Wow, I think after the methane deployment I'll call it for a day. Nearly lost a million again there. And I also thought that I was wrong again, strategy wise, so a lot of emotions going on at the same time. But it seems now that things are kind of landing back on their feet now. I've chosen where to focus on. And I think for me is that though the faction missions earn more, it's a bit unclear for me where they'll lead me to and if I'm ready for them and what I'll come in contact with while expanding my own mining and expanding my own fuel shortages. That's been basically very easy to execute, to roll out the infrastructure for and to maintain. And I'm kinda having the feeling getting a grip on using the different mechanics to restrict and circumvent problems where they arise. Let's hope.
Autopilot disengaged.
Perfect. Let's hope we can keep that up. So here we're gonna scan the methane station. I probably would suffice with just a scan of the certain modules that are used for storage, but I don't know which modules that are. So best thing for me is to do the whole station, and having done the whole station is maybe also efficient. I'm here anyway. So, oh, I'm gonna smack into that. Oh, nice save. So I also learned you kind of have to look at the objects sometimes, or just get really close up to it.
Please hold. We will be scanning your inventory.
Bruv, are you mad? I'm gonna wait for this nonsense. Least thing they can do is at least send somebody policing who knows how to fly a spaceship. Says the guy who just
awaiting orders.
who just came back with the ship almost dead, and who lost the ship prior to that.
Docking granted.
Why?
Docking aborted.
So that basically happens because I fly too close to the landing pads, and then you get the auto dock sequence. So this is done. Oh, as well. These are always a bit tricky. Some of them color, others don't. Kind of depends on what their function is, I guess. I think this is a connection piece, but it flashes around the edges, so I know I already had it. These color red, and not red enough for you to view from a distance if you had them or not. So these can be quite a bit tricky sometimes. You keep returning to them. Why won't it scan? Why won't... Oh yeah, it's already scanned. This one should, yeah. That's a habitation module I learned, so let's get that one and the one above it as well.
Refined goods complex.
So I've never been able so far to scan a station for 100%, and I don't know why that is. I figured it has maybe something to do with a mechanic I still need to learn about. So we have scanned that. Let's fly around the station a bit, see if we've missed anything such as that habitation module. That one should register. There we go. So I've unlocked for 74%, and I don't really see any modules anymore that might ignite. Try these two, but I don't think they will. Yeah, it flashed around the edges, so it's good. This is all done. Shipyard is also sometimes hard to see, but now I see it when I'm really up close.
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
This tower though, yeah, I think it's also covered in some red. So sometimes it's a bit hard to see. I guess the more you do it, the better you become at it though. So the funny thing is now, so why have I done that? If I now go back to the map, shit. So if I now go back to the map, I don't have to zoom in, but I need to be able to select the station. So if I now select it, wait, if I now, that's what's going on, there's a mission in the way. So if I now select the station, Jesus, left mouse, or right mouse, sorry, right mouse, information. Now all this becomes available, otherwise you'll just get question mark, question mark, question mark. For instance, let me take this station for example. Right mouse button, information, storage, question mark, field storage, question mark. So this station I have scanned it, so information, storage. So it does containers, it does liquid, it does solids. And here we have a overview of products, so graphene and refined metals, resources. So basically products are the things that a station makes. It uses resources such as energy cells, food rations, medical supplies, methane and ore, and converts them in one of these two products. And probably each product needs a different set or a combination of these resources. That's what I think at least. So, methane wise, we can see now that they have a request for 22,000 units of methane, and methane in the game is a liquid, so that's why I'm kind of saying units, since the it's not per se a weight. The sunder gas is here somewhere. There it is. So this ship can hold 10,000 units of that request. So that means it'll be done now, I learned, within 2 trips.
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
Then there's hydrogen. And there's another black hole sun system where they also need methane. And let's see, helium. And helium. So, but they don't have a need for that. So that means that I probably won't delve too much at this point in medium liquid mines, because they simply saturate the market incredibly fast. And the only thing that they then can do is keep filling the shortages. So I will let the methane miner do its thing, just to verify if I'm thinking correctly, if I'm perceiving the information correctly. And then once we find out if indeed market saturation is happening or not, I will have to kind of research if there is a mechanic to either circumvent it, or we'll have to, for instance, give him another task. For instance, switch over to hydrogen then and run that protocol while the methane is filled up. Because right now I wouldn't feel confident putting a second medium miner and setting it to hydrogen. So let's see. Are you Sunder Gas? You are going to. I think he is going to settle first with the methane markets here. So here they offer 56 credits And here they offer 53 for hydrogen. So methane then 53. Yeah. So it's logical that since there's no restriction applied to him, that he will go where the prices are better. So let's check the station here and also give it a scan. Alright. Guidance to object.
Autopilot engaged.
I also need to check on Abby. See if she's
Entering black hole sun.
has found another. No, she has just been repaired. So now I will ask her to fill shortages always. Confirm that. And check if we need to. Oh, she's automatically undocking, so we'll also keep track on Abby now. Yeah, Neil Matoli, he's in that situation. Whoa, what happened here? Oh, lodestones. No, container ore, container ore. What are you doing, mate? Let's see what happened to you then. Weird, mate. Flag drop. Oh, wrong ship. Yeah, don't do that. Oh, must be Abby, I think. Let's see. Shortage now. Then hopefully Neil himself. Let's go to Neil Matoli, information, collect drops. Yeah.
Autopilot disengaged.
I'm wondering if there was a pirate. He complied. Then the Maybe the police or another miner showed up. So just to be sure, collect drops. I think he's done everything now. And he just threw it away again.
Please halt. We'll be scanning your cargo hold. All clear. Move along.
I think there's something wrong with his protocol. Let's see how I can do this. Well, I think it's better as well, since he's running constantly against a low demand. So I'm gonna cancel everything on him and bring him over to the void where he can join up. Fine, wait, please. Reset his behavior again. Local auto mine for all. And it's in the void. Yeah, he's taking the route, so that will be circumvented. Let's see, I've arrived at my destination. Let's double check. Yeah, they sell methane here. So, let's get to it. If it's the police behind me again, please shut off. Hey, this section has been scanned. Has been scanned or is part of the previous scan. Oh wow, I'm so glad I wasn't pointing at the station. Let's change fire group for now. There is a dock over there. Finally. I'm gonna bump it. Yeah, let's go towards the dock. There's another section. I have no idea what this is. Looks like a... I don't know. Shoot.
Awaiting orders.
Well, give me a sec. Hey, this has been done. Habitat has been done. Let's do a bit of separation, then we can see what we've missed. I guess that part at the bottom there. However, it looks green as well.
Refined goods complex.
75%. It is. And up top. This looks all good. I think we're nearly there. Let's check this section out again, just to be sure. Yeah, it flashes around the edges, so it's done. So, I'll go to the map again. Let's just stop here, so that we don't drift too far and get suddenly hunted down. Let's select the station. We request to right click information on the station. Alright, there's again a mission in between. There we go. So, methane. Oh wow, and look. Because this station produces something else. Oh no, it's also a refined good complex. This one has a very low request for methane. But then again, 41,000 units of helium once it gets through its methane and starts producing. Okay, so let's go back to the previous station. So also a refined good complex indeed. It produces a bit different goods. The other one produces graphene and superfluids, and this one produces graphene and refined metal. So that explains why there is a helium demand of 41,000, and here there's a methane demand of 21,000. So it's because of the different products that are being developed and produced, and the required resources for them. But then again, I made a good decision not having a second medium miner for the very reason that I was afraid of with liquids. Information. First. Information. Yeah, so the helium is completely almost full, so they don't want any from us. So though it's kind of very attractive to switch in between, I'm glad I'm doing methane first, because that means that the station will stop producing and the helium storage hopefully will decrease, giving us an opportunity to one day say, okay, they're full on methane, let's switch over to helium. But again, we will have to let the Sunder do its thing. Let's see how much it has sold. Then we can use that information to make an analysis. So is that because somebody's behind me? No. So again, Sunder, information log. So far it's a nice amount. And it sold 1,733 units of methane. But let's see how fast will it then actually fill up this station. We should have a real-time overview. It's just departing now. So refine goods complex, click on deselect, refine goods complex, information, and then we have methane. So roughly 10-11 trips and then they're full. Here the problem will then be that the station does not have enough ore to start producing these products. That is not a good situation for me because, again, I want them to buy from me, so that will only happen if somebody also helps them with their ore. The way my miners are set up, they don't care, they'll just mine and sell to the highest bidder. So let's check if, for instance, by now one of my miners has gained some experience and therefore might be able to switch protocol. Piloting, not even 2. So through. Oh, I think that's the wrong ship. Let's see, somebody else. Yeah, it's under gas and somebody else more. Yeah, so almost 2. Check the behavior. Local auto mine. So there need to be at least 3 to do something advanced. Aha. Okay. Okay, game mechanic wise, what do I know can help resolve this situation? Let's have another overview. Wrong station. I think, yeah. Or is it me or did ore just disappear completely from their resources list? Let's see, they helium. Something wrong, right? There it is. Wrong station. Yeah, one of the game mechanics would be that I would have a miner ask him to mine outside of the protocol, make the deliveries, and even put that in a repeat order. Yeah, so a repeat order could help with this. Okay. Yeah, that's one way to kind of automate that process so I don't have to pay attention to it. I could basically use one of the ore miners already here. Right. Interesting, very interesting. Because basically doing so at these production stations will enable me indeed to keep the train rolling. However, I do feel that is a subject for a next time. Yeah. I am very weird to say, but I'm proud at how I dealt with the situation today. It wasn't an easy, motivating start. Another few people got killed, including the client. So nice. But then again, who comes up with a system for rookies to apply for such missions? That was not my idea. So Need Motoli also, by the way, arrived. I'm gonna kick him off his flying wave protocols. And he should be happy here for now. And Abby, let's check on her. After her terrible ordeal, she is having the problem indeed, antimatter cells. She can't ditch them because probably the only systems that I know of that want that stuff are in her first choice. So 39, 175. So far, this might pan out just good enough. So because her protocol got interrupted by me, I have noticed this before, they suddenly don't tend to finish a pickup on it. So it looks like the protocol works best with an empty cargo hold. Wait for signal. George, I gave you a signal. You fly around a station and you don't do anything with it. So, I think I'm gonna send her manually to this location and ask her to drop it off, and that will enable in turn to have an empty cargo hold and properly restart the protocol. I'm gonna tell her remove all orders and assignments, go to here and trade with the ship factory and give them all your antimatter cells, and transaction value will be okay and the profit will be 16,000. So maybe in her first choice she was going for something a better price. Yeah, 180. But that will probably meant her death. And great. As we can see here, the Xenon have even built a defense platform here, meaning that was right all these days along. They were literally gaining inch by inch, meter by meter, kilometer by kilometer. They are literally fighting a war of attrition. So I'm afraid that already at this stage the Xenon has superior production forces at work to be able so boldly start attacking very busy systems, right? This is a major point between Argon Prime and Silent Witness and the rest of these systems, so it's not a backwater skirmish that's going on here. This is nothing yet. This is nothing yet. All this dead here is nothing yet. So I'm glad I did not put out any ships here and even put the travel restriction on. So I think in the future I wouldn't be surprised if Argon Prime could have problems with deliveries of materials. So it is in my interest to start maybe every time I can consolidating that stations keep producing, because that in order will keep transports going and goods will be arriving at Argon Prime, and ships to battle the Xen will be still getting produced, including ships that I would like maybe to have printed in the future. So that's not a bad idea, and I can contribute with ore, helium, methane, hydrogen. That's all mineable for me at this level. So suddenly that would mean I would actually not just blindly be mining, but actually indeed scanning these stations, starting with anything that does raw, and actively make sure that I assign ships to supply these stations with what they need. So that will mean actually as well more traders on fill shortages protocol, because they will just do it automatically. But mining wise, I might have to circumvent the lack of seminars by manually placing a miner with a repeat order. And for methane and hydrogen, I also don't think that's needed, because again, 10 runs and the station is full. So far I've seen it now. Yeah, so that will balance itself out. It's really the ore that's the thing. Yeah. Alright, I think it's a good time to end it on such a reflective note. I do feel a bit more calm and relaxed again, having been knocked off my feet a few times. But it seems that after all this jibber jabber the past few days, I am starting to
Requesting permission to dock.
to start to understand kind of how this game has been designed and how mechanics are working, and why certain mechanics, for instance, don't work, and how to fix that. And I don't even have to remember, I know that this is a very, very complicated game to ask that all these protocols function without a hitch, and to have everywhere a status screen so you know in one go what the problem is. It's never gonna happen. You can then just as well order a Boeing 747 manual, because it'll be just as complex and filled with screens. And so there's a lot this game can do, but you'll just give it as an order and you won't see what's happening, how the lines basically work. The best thing I figured out is just hop on board the ship, give the order to the captain, and just closely watch and monitor what happens. I've kind of found out that's the best way to figure out a lot of these protocols, how they behave and what affects them. So that's kind of how I knew how Neil was stuck, because I always try to vocalize what I'm doing, and I always say to myself, okay, if I'm really gonna change something drastically, just clear a protocol and order an assignments completely and just go and doing this and that. If that doesn't work out and a commander really stays stationary, that's an example of him being in a glitched, in a bugged situation. That's nothing to do with the mechanic not working. It's just have everything to do that something happened complex and the protocol couldn't deal with it, and it's thinking that everything is fine, but it's not fine. It needs to be reset. So there's a conflict going on somewhere, and yeah. So you got to kind of figure out where you need to just delete the whole behavior and reset it, or when sometimes you need to go into the behavior and there is just this one discrepancy. You click it away and the rest of your protocol just keeps on functioning normally. That's also, you know, it's worth checking these things out, because once you know, you won't feel powerless in this game. I found out you develop the patience to execute the right protocol for yourself to fix it, and you also learn to kind of, where possible, avoid that these conflicts happen as well. But funny enough, I think that's also the beautiful part of this dynamic universe. It's never the same. It's always changing. There's always danger. And yeah, look at Hatikva's choice, right? A few days ago there was a station here. Then suddenly the station went offline, and I was like, there was a station here, right? Not right. And now there's a xenon. It's just, you can never say like I'm done. It's there. No. So again, thank you everybody. Hope you enjoyed this, and yeah, I'm psyched again. I think that I'll be recording another session tomorrow. Yeah, excited to continue on with this adventure, and let's pray that I don't blow myself up too soon. Alright, everybody, let's do a save and then go to the, let's see, save game, yes, override, yeah, and then go to main menu as a proof that I'm not gonna continue playing on in the background and do things differently, and then suddenly next episode's like, what? How have you have 20 systems and you now have 17 million? Bruh. Never that's gonna happen. Alright, saving done. Let's go to the game menu. So there we are. So enjoy your day, enjoy your evening, morning for that matter. Be good, be safe, be humble, and till the next one. See you in the black.